All right, getting set up here. Good morning. Gonna get everything fixed, and let me adjust the brightness on the phone here. Okay. The video may pause really quick. I'm going to share this on Facebook and let people know that I've started streaming this morning. You can send chats through and I'll be able to read those as we're going along. You can let me know how the volume is, things like that. All right. All right, here we go. So looking at the early radar, it's okay. Sorry, I think I've got everything set the way I need it to now. Looking at the early radar, it's looking like snow is already falling pretty heavy up close towards Sam's Gap. So I believe I'm gonna go ahead and start heading that way. Definitely going to be a long day of traveling. Clean the lands here. So right now we're on John B. Dennis, heading out of Kingsport. We're gonna traverse our way through Johnson City, hoping the signal will hold, especially through the area of Irwin. Signal seems to be a little spotty going up the mountain up towards Flag Pond. Hey, good morning. I got a lot of family up in Ohio. It's good to see you. I was gonna say, if anybody mind to message and let me know that they can hear me all right, I'd appreciate it. It's the first time I've done it through the phone. Awesome, I appreciate that. My family lives outside of, I believe it's Cleveland. They're pretty close to Cleveland. They're right on the lake. I think it's like Abdullah or something like that. I'm not exactly for sure on the name up there. But I've always wanted to go up there and do a little bit of steelhead fishing whenever they have those runs of the steelheads. We're passing Fort Henry Drive. That'll be up on the right up here. If you're just tuning in, we're making our way to Flag Pond, Tennessee. Yes, that's the name that you commented. I'm horrible with pronunciations on some of the places up there. Yeah, I've always wanted to go up there and just see any of the Great Lakes. It seems like it would be very beautiful to be around up there. And I know especially those lake effect snows can be really ridiculous at times, dropping like a foot or more in just a matter of a few hours. There's Eastman Chemical Company to the right there. Well, pretty much the whole screen. I don't see a lot of snow for this area typically. The Eastman bubble kind of caps out a lot of the snow from this general vicinity. Sorry for the loud noise. I'm gonna open up a can real quick of some Red Bull. Also wanted to say a shout out to Scanner Food on Facebook, one of our local news media outlets, sources of information around here. I really appreciate you guys for giving me a shout out for this event for today. As more people come in, I'll definitely reinstate what's going on today. But my plans for right now is to make it to the North Carolina line. There's already some congestion being reported at Sam's Gap. Road conditions are deteriorating pretty quick up there, is what I read. Don't know whether it's true or not. But then we will kind of sit around and determine what'll be the best plan of action, seeing when snow is going to hit the Tri-Cities in Southwest Virginia. But as of this moment, my plan is just to kind of go up to North Carolina, watch some of these snow totals pile up kind of quickly up there, showing that there could be like 2 to 4 inches between now and I think it was like 5:30 or 6 o'clock, especially at like 3,000 feet and higher. And some of the winds are supposed to be pretty strong up there, so we could definitely see the potential of these heavier bands that are supposed to move through around 4:30, 5 o'clock to be almost blizzard-like. Pretty slim visibilities at times. Which I actually noticed coming into Kingsport earlier, there is a little bit of wind already here. It's not strong or anything, just a very light breeze. Looks to be pretty dry in the Kingsport area. Car is currently reading that it's about 38 degrees. And I just got an update. The Weather Channel sent a notification saying that snow should begin at my general location around 3:50 to 4 a.m. for this for the area of Kingsport here. I'm just now getting up on 26. chime in. You can let me know how the weather is where you're currently at. And I promise, once we get to where we're going, there won't be as much vibration. It's just a lot of the roads in these areas, especially once we hit the Johnson City area where they lay the road in those slab formations. There'll be a lot of bounciness as we go through there. Currently passing the Rock Springs exit. Again, I want to apologize for any shakiness and stuff like that. This is the first time I've actually been able to get out and do anything related to weather chasing or anything like that. I do plan to get some better equipment set up here soon. It'll probably be around spring when I get to do that. Planning on having a console with everything that I would need, potentially having like a complete mobile hotspot set up to where I could just stream on an auxiliary camera based off of the computer laptop that I'd have set up in the car. Be able to have everything like that set up to my right. That was a skunk that had been obliterated. Definitely can smell it. Sounds like some pretty good snow totals. As you can see there's one of the snow trucks running. But I mean, yeah, this seems like pretty good totals. I would say your area is more likely to get bigger snow than us. Like, we're in that 6 to 10 inch range where I live at, which is I'm actually from Fort Blackmore, Virginia, and I honestly don't think that we're going to get that much snow, just due to the fact there's a lot of warm air convection with this system, with the moisture that's coming up from the Gulf. So you're going to run into times where you're going to get a lot of snow and then it's going to rain, or it's either going to ice or it's going to mix. But it varies with that too. It's hard to predict those situations because it's either going to mix or it's not. It's either just going to stay all snow because the atmosphere above is so cold, or you're going to run into situations like you're on the downward slope of the North Carolina mountains and the mountains above you might get maybe 8 to 12 inches, but you on the bottom of the mountain might not get anything, just due to that warm air convection pushing down from the mountains as that system's moving over. Because this is not a typical setup that would produce a big snowfall in our area, so to say, because it's kind of pushing in from the North Carolina mountains towards us, and that allows those mountains to trap a lot of that moisture or a lot of that intensity and kind of hold it. So like everybody's heard of the horseshoe that exists around the Kingsport area. Well, that kind of keeps that warm air pocket there, and which is typically why we don't see a lot of snow in the valleys of northeast Tennessee, and sometimes it lingers into southwest Virginia. But the back end of this system is what's going to be the kicker for southwest Virginia, I believe. I heard that. I wouldn't blame you. I usually don't prefer to drive if there's a lot of snow, but there's been many a times in this car where I've pushed snow with the front bumper, which was been the very few times that we've had snows that deep in southwest Virginia, northeast Tennessee. But this system's going to have a lot of variation with it. I mean, there's going to be some places that probably hit the jackpot and get a lot of snow, and then there's just going to be areas that just kind of get left out, and they're wondering where their snow is. It's not a very typically good setup for this situation. But the back end of this system, as it moves through, that'll probably be the best chance of snow for most of Middle Tennessee and Northeast Tennessee. There'll be a lot more colder air from the polar vortex swinging through. So I would say a lot of the storm totals will probably be later this afternoon that a lot of that heavier snow will hit. But I mean, like, some of these systems, they're so unpredictable. The GFS and the Euro model has been all over the place. They've been in disagreements with how many totals we're supposed to get. So I mean, it's really hard to predict these kind of storms. And a lot of people give, you know, the National Weather Service a lot of grief for not getting it right. But, you know, there's so much going on with these systems. It's like trying to predict where a bird's going to use the bathroom next. I mean, you just don't know. I just now seen that message as well. I'm sorry about that. Hello, welcome to the stream. Appreciate you for tuning in. I love to be conversive with everybody that's on the stream, so don't be shy. Plenty of time to talk for now, but I'd say as soon as I get into the North Carolina mountains, there probably won't be much time to talk. There'll be a lot of concentrating on driving and staying safe. Right now we're passing the Gray exit, headed towards Johnson City. What I was looking at earlier, according to the weather maps, it was showing that Johnson City could already be snowing at this point. I would say probably the closer we get to Irwin will be the only chance we'll start to see that snow. I was looking at Google Maps earlier as well for traffic conditions. Dusty, I'm actually heading, I'm headed south. I'm at, well, it says east. I'm actually heading east. I'm on the eastbound lane, headed like I'm going, if you were going to the beach from the Tri-Cities, you take through Johnson City and go over towards Asheville. I'm on I-26. '81 looks like it could be a hot zone, especially around Marion. I would believe later today that Highway 81 in Marion could be pretty treacherous to kind of trek through. Yeah, I'm on 23 South or Interstate 26 East. almost to Johnson City, not too much further. Excuse me. Oh, and whenever we get up pretty close to Flag Pond, going over into Mars Hill, probably step out for a minute. I do actually have my dog with me, riding alone in the storm chase today, so take it easy, bud. Appreciate you for tuning in. Nice, it's cool to hear a report out of Marion. Yeah, I could see, like, especially once this moves over the North Carolina mountains, Marion getting a more aggressive snowfall, probably pretty close to daybreak. Not entirely for sure on the timing for Marion, but I know that I think Marion, as for Virginia, will probably get some of the higher totals. Not saying they'll get the most snow, but I would say that they're probably up there in the range. Good to see you, Justin. Allendale, yep. Wasn't too far from there earlier. It was pretty windy whenever I let my fiance out at work. That wind is a result of that northerly flow of moisture coming from the Gulf. Especially pretty close to daybreak, they're showing for the North Carolina mountains that there could be gusts of like 30 to 40 miles per hour. And around northeast Tennessee, southwest Virginia, we could be seeing gusts of like 10 to 15. But as that system slowly starts to spin its way up through our area, I wouldn't doubt that we could see some gusts of upwards to 20 to 30 miles an hour. I think a lot of those gusts will be spotty though, which could lead to some difficult traveling conditions at times if it's snowing. Because Kingsport in general is one of those really hard to predict zones, because you never know if the warm air is going to stick around or not. Like earlier in the week, Morristown was looking really good, like to get over 6 inches snowfall, and it falls in I think over six to 8 years. I'm not exactly for sure on the historical data, but then as you know, the horseshoe effect, that warm air pocket that sets up in the northeast Tennessee valleys, it kind of dwindled those totals really quick, and it was kind of a bummer for some areas like that. Morristown went from getting like 6 to 8 inches down to like 1 to 3, so it was kind of an upsetting situation for those guys, because I know they really wanted some good snow. Okay, so we are now making it into Johnson City. Excuse me. If you're just tuning in and wondering where the snow's at, I would say probably give it another 20 to 30. Said I had a connection issue. I think I'm back. Had a connection issue there. Hit a really strong gust of wind there. Also, it's going to note as well, usually Sam's Gap is a pretty treacherous area to attempt to pass over, especially when there's moderate to heavy snowfall. Those trucks can only do so much. I'm going to go all the way into Asheville. I figured I would kind of hit the top of Sam's Gap past Flag Pond, and there is a turnaround not too far down that stretch before you get to Mars Hill. So I'm probably going to turn around there and come back up to the top of the mountain there and just kind of sit up there for a little bit. I'll watch this blow over, because it looked on Doppler radar earlier that the most intense snowfall for up there is probably going to occur between 4:30 to 5 o'clock. But yes, I brought my DSLR with me, camera, and also my GoPro. If there's any accidents or anything that occur today with other drivers, especially coming over Sam's Gap up here, I was definitely going to try to get some recordings of anything that's going on, and those will be posted on my channel. But honestly, this is something I've really thought about doing for a long time, just never, I guess, kind of had the courage to kind of do it. Not really the fact of being nervous about it, just more aligns the fact of being financially able to do anything. Coronavirus kind of put everybody in a slump, including myself. I left Ballad Health back in 2020, right before the pandemic started, because I have a slight immunodeficiency, and they were basically kind of concerned about keeping me around due to being a hazard in case if I was to catch it. Luckily, 2 years strong, haven't caught the coronavirus that I know of anyways. We're passing the far end of Johnson City now. Almost to the last exit of Johnson City before you get to the Elizabethton exit. And I might end up stopping in Irwin before I make the trek up and just kind of top off on gas, just in case. You never know how conditions are going to be up there. God forbid we get stuck or anything like that. You just never know. Kind of unpredictable situation. But I can tell you from what I see on the roads, you could probably see it on the camera as well a little bit. Those little white patches that are on the road, that is not snow, that is salt. So they've definitely salted these roads really well. Definitely been treating probably all night, getting prepared for this. Passing exit 22. Like I said, sorry for all the motion blur. It should get a little bit better as I get up here and kind of slow down a little bit. It's just kind of, yeah, no kidding. I know, like I said earlier, looking at Google Maps, there was already some yellow popping up for that area, which indicates some slight congestion in the travel lanes. I do also have my radio with me, so I can be able to listen to what the National Weather Service is saying. And as well, I don't have the scanner code for North Carolina Highway Patrol. I do have Scott County's frequency though, Scott County, Virginia, for later today whenever I'm on Highway 23. And I'm going to be out quite a while today, but the fiance, she gets off pretty close to 1 o'clock, so I'll be coming back through Kingsport around noon, and once I pick her up, I will probably be offline for just a little bit, get some food, reset, kind of mentally rest myself, and I will be back out because this snow is expected to last into pretty early tomorrow morning. So I will come back out after taking a short break around midday. I'm thinking the game plan for today is for the first half of this live stream, before I take my break around 1 o'clock, will be mainly North Carolina and East Tennessee. And then this afternoon, probably switching over, going to hang around Virginia. Probably message a friend of mine who lives up on High Knob and get some report on how the snow is up there. And if it's not too treacherous, we might make the trip up to the High Knob watchtower outside of Norton. The picture that was for the thumbnail for this was the last snowstorm that was up there. I had drove after daybreak and made it up there. We actually got stuck, but luckily my all-wheel drive was able to pull itself out. And for anybody that's tuning in, just know that there could be some spotty signal, especially coming through Irwin, up over in especially Flag Pond. It seems like that highway sometimes has a few areas of spotty data. But I know up at the top of the mountain at Sam's Gap, there's usually 3 bars up there, so I should be good to go. But so far, Johnson City looks really clear. Most of Kingsport was clear. No snow. Haven't seen any precipitation. Very dry. A lot of dark clouds though. Can definitely see the clouds. But as the day progresses, there are areas where you're all watching from, to the email that's listed in the description below, and I can submit some of those reports to the National Weather Service. We're still on I-26 or US-23, heading south. Okay, I'm finally running into some kind of precipitation. Can't really tell exactly what it is. It appears to be a wintry mix. I'm not seeing any snow. Could be on the lines of light rain to freezing rain. Currently, according to the vehicle's thermometer, it's saying it's about 36 degrees. So if it was freezing rain, it would probably hit, freeze, and then melt really quickly. But I'm definitely hearing a lot of, hearing a good amount of stuff hit the windshield now. Not really physically seeing anything yet though. I can actually see the mountain in front of me, and I can definitely see the precipitation up there coming down pretty heavy. I would assume that in front of me is definitely snow. Once this car goes around this bend, I might flip on my brights just to be able to see what kind of precipitation I'm running into. There's a few snow flurries floating around. There's some snow. Can actually start to see it now. Coming into Irwin. definitely snowing here. There might be a better look. Not heavy, light precipitation. Definitely a lot of mixed precipitation because it went from snow and now it's back to like a drizzle. So there's definitely warm air in place in these valleys. Still running about 36 degrees, so we're still above freezing. Hoping we hold pretty good signal going up through this area. Irwin itself is not the concern. It's after you pass Irwin going into like Flag Pond, it's usually a rough little area to maintain signal through. But if it does disconnect, I should have reconnection once I reach the top of the mountain. I do see T-Dot snowplow up there. You can see the flashing lights in the distance. Probably getting ready, because I would assume once this hits it's going to be pretty quick. And seems almost like I'm getting a sleet. It's definitely a sleet to a rain mixture. It's wintry mixing. And if you live on the foothills of these mountains in northeast Tennessee, you could honestly see some pretty good snow totals out of all this, because I don't expect much change in precipitation in these areas. Definitely could get dicey as we go up the mountain up through here. This area, mainly the incline from Flag Pond up to the other end of like Mars Hill, Sam's Gap in particular, it's typically a pretty dangerous area to cross when there's winter precipitation. There has been times where a lot of people know that's from our area that they do typically close that area of the highway if the precipitation is high enough, especially with high winds, blizzard-like conditions. And there's also another area of interest, such as like Cleanman's Dome, which is the Gatlinburg bypass that goes over into Cherokee. That road is closed into some of that spotty signal again. Probably will be common as we're going up these mountains. And like I said, if there is a gas station right up through here, I'm probably going to stop and just kind of top off. I'm at about a half a tank, but it would be just kind of good just to have the extra, just in case. Yeah, I've got some gas exits up here on 36, exit 36. So I'm going to stop real quick, make sure to top off before we hit up through the upper part, going up Flag Pond. I don't know if you can see too much based off the iPhone's camera, but the lights of the city there, I can see a lot of like white haze, and that right there, that's your snow coming down. Can't really see it too much in the headlights. If I flick my brights on real quick, you might be able to see that winter precip go by the headlights there. Definitely switched to an all snow. A lot more snow falling here actually. Very small flakes though. Alright, so I'm going to stop up here real quick, get some extra gas. But you can definitely see the snow coming down here in the further end of Main Street off Irwin. Doesn't look like it's sticking to any of the grass yet. Not that I can tell anyways. If you're just tuning in, we are on Main Street in Irwin. I'm stopping real fast to get some gas, and after I get some gas, we're going to make our way up to Sam's Gap. Actually, one of the Unicoi County Sheriffs is here. Get some fuel real quick. Y'all can definitely see that winter precip coming down. And after we get some fuel, then we're going to run up towards Flag Pond, out towards Mars Hill a little bit. We're not going to go all the way into Mars Hill. Probably won't make it back if I go that far. Just getting a quick fuel up, and then we'll be back on the road. I'm gonna flip the camera real quick. She don't care too much for all this winter pressure. Well, it might help if I don't drop the phone too. Lord have mercy. There we go. All right, reset. Sorry about that. Okay. 1 second, Goldie. I'm about ready. Okay, get this set back up. Spoke to the officer that was in there, just getting a report. And he said that so far it seems to be moderate snow up on the top of Sam's Gap up there. He said the salt trucks are out, so the roads are clear at this time. He said, but accumulations were definitely expected here shortly. His sergeant just went up there and had turned around. Very nice guy. Make sure I got everything set up. Little puppy, you ready to drive? Get back on the highway. Clean my windows off real good. I smell like gas now. Come out the nozzle a little strong and squirted my pants a little bit. It's always a good day. Said as of right now too, North Carolina, their highway patrol had let him know that accumulations from here to Asheville were not bad. Nothing's on the road as of yet. But temperatures here in Irwin are definitely flirting with freezing. It's, according to the cart gauge, it's saying that it's about 33 degrees. So we're just barely above freezing here. And I apologize if the stream cuts out a little bit. The signal, like I said, is kind of spotty up through here. But once I reach the top of Sam's Gap, I should be good. Not much I can do about the signal in the area. Sorry for having to stop there. I just wanted to make sure I had a full tank of gas, was good to go. Checking all the P's and Q's. Big gust of wind right there. But I definitely prepared for the worst. Just as a precaution, I do have extra blanket. I've got water, food for my dog. All that normal stuff. Anything that you should take with you if you plan on driving in wintry weather. You never know how quickly conditions could deteriorate. It's kind of hit or miss with some of these Alberta clipper systems. So we are back on 23 South, I-26 East, headed towards Flag Pond. I got my co-pilot in the seat next to me. Probably needs a little heat. I did bring her an extra sweater. Conditions so far look to be pretty good for most of Northeast Tennessee. Southwest Virginia is not supposed to hit there till I think after 6, except for some areas like Marion, the upper elevations. Not for sure, haven't been able to check the Doppler radar. Let's see, I'm gonna cut my scanner on real quick. Not getting much from the National Weather Service. I'm probably a little far out of their zone. My little scanner that I have, I think only covers about 45 miles away from the tower. So I'm definitely out of that range because it's on the Holston Mountains above South Holston Lake. Shoot, those gas fumes are getting to me. Very light wintry precip here. Another snow plow making its way down. Definitely making sure to keep these roads treated. heard that, Lisa. I felt like I couldn't sleep last night either. I think mine's just more of excitement, though. I love getting out, enjoying winter weather. I think I appreciate that. I will try my best. I think for the most part, though, I think most of the area might be okay. The only thing that could be concerning is those higher winds later today. And if a lot of that snow or ice clings to tree limbs or even power lines, if you get even a light gust of wind, if a power line is coated with a layer of ice, those lines could be up to like 100 pounds. And a lot of people don't think that's a realistic thing. Ice is actually very heavy, especially when it coats like a live wire or something. Those wires are already heavy on their own. So they can surpass over 100 pounds with a little 1/4 inch of ice on them, which makes them pretty easy to break. It's just going to be interesting to see how this system plays out in that regard. If you're in the valleys, I'd say that's your biggest area of concern in getting any mixed precip. Kind of like how we were coming through the valley there before we hit Irwin, and we had a lot of that mixed precip, but now we've kind of switched to just the snow. This fine powdery snow is okay. It usually doesn't cause too many problems. It's just your heavy wet snow is your typical problem makers. Stuff that's able to cling to surfaces. This really dry powdery snow that I'm seeing right now, this typically just kind of blows off the surface. So we are climbing an elevation, going up the mountain. Passing exit 43, Temple Hill Road. I'm pretty familiar with this highway, so I'm not really too concerned. The main concern for me is that long graded highway all the way down from North Carolina. If that even has, you know, a slight accumulation of any kind of precip, whether it's frozen, whether it's slush, or even snow, that highway can become very treacherous really fast, just because it is in the higher elevations, and you have such an incline of grade. Typically a lot of accidents happen up here. But as I was looking at the Doppler radar earlier, it looked like the heaviest bands of snow could move through up here about 5 or 6 o'clock. So we're probably about a half an hour to an hour away from those heavier bands of snow moving through up here. Which, as of right now, this is a pretty good snow. Even though it is smaller flakes, this stuff can accumulate pretty quick on untreated surfaces. Excuse me. Say we're getting pretty closer to that elevation change where this will start to stick. Right now, still on the Tennessee side, we're at 33 degrees, passing Lower Higgins Creek. Speed limit's 60, but I'm only going 55. And as you can tell too, I'm not even having to use my wipers as much. I've got it on the lowest setting. Even if I turned them off, don't really have to use them. It's such a dry, powdery snow. It's basically just rolling off the windshield. It's not even leaving any residue. Appreciate that, I will. Thanks for commenting. I definitely appreciate people chiming in. But I would say definitely sitting up here is probably going to be a pretty good call in order to see early snow, because some areas like Southwest Virginia, Northeast Tennessee, we probably won't see that accumulating snowfall until way later this afternoon. I could be completely wrong though. Could see some accumulating snowfall pretty early, but end up losing some of it due to mixed precipitation or rain or a mix of like a slush. Clear Branch Road. Winds are actually getting increasingly stronger as we're making it up through here. Like right there, you can see the snow blowing different directions. Though not too much for concern as the roadways go. They've definitely treated them very well. I've actually made it high enough now where I'm below the freezing mark. I'm at 31 degrees. I'd say by the time we reach Sam's Gap, which is at about 32,000 feet elevation, a little bit more, I think it's 32,060, I would expect the temperatures to be pretty close to 30 to 29 degrees. Could probably maybe see some accumulating snowfall up here. Probably more on untreated surfaces though at this time. Unless if we just get up here and there's just an absolute monsoon of snow coming through. Good rate of snowfall here. And we are at the Flag Pond exit, so we are just now passing. Like I said, that was definitely the area of concern of losing connection. Might lose connection again a few times. Connection should stabilize once we reach the top of the mountain up here. Not even up to Sam's Gap yet. Temperatures are already well below freezing here. It's about 30 degrees according to the vehicle's temperature gauge. And the road is pretty wet. Sounds like I'm driving after a fresh rain. And if you can see on the right-hand side of the road there, once this car goes over the hill, you can see that right-hand side of the road there turning white. Definitely some accumulating snowfall on the untreated surfaces. Very heavy precipitation rates right now. Actually getting some whites on the sides of the road there, if you could see that back on that overpass. Now as for right now, this isn't that bad. You got very well treated roads, so you're able to see where you're driving at. But now if these roads were white, this would be a pretty difficult situation to be able to see where you're at right now. Definitely starting to see some patchy snow on the sides of the roads there. Yeah, pretty good accumulation there on the shoulder. Sam's Gap, indicating that there could be some ice. And right there's your sign, the green sign approaching on the right. Sam's Gap, elevation 3,760 feet. It's already getting rough, as you can see there. crossing over the summit there. We're now at 28 degrees. It's definitely pretty cold. Definitely going to start slowing down a little bit here, coming down this mountain. And we are going to take exit 3 up here and just kind of go back up the mountain and probably sit there at the Tennessee truck stop side. Kind of watch these, watch the snow for a little bit up here. But I would say here in just a little bit amount of time, this area of Sam's Gap up here into Madison County is probably going to be pretty treacherous. As you can see there, look at the runaway ramp, solid white. You're alright, Go-Go. It's just snow. Pretty hard visibility-wise to actually see some of the areas of the road here. Snow's coming down pretty hard. So we're going to take exit 3 here and then head back up. Be able to see this exit. Yeah, solid covered road here. Pretty slick too. A little bit of sliding, ABS kicked in. Now we're going to venture back towards Johnson City. We'll get back up on the top of the mountain up here and probably sit and talk for a little bit. Definitely, as you can see here, higher elevations, definitely getting some pretty good snow. I would say a lot of this moisture could definitely make its way to Johnson City within, like, if it isn't already snowing there now, I would say definitely within the next 30 minutes to an hour. Maybe not at the same rate as it is up here. Where I'm at right now is Madison County, North Carolina, heading back towards Johnson City. Love to see some reports of what everybody else is seeing out there. I'm about to come back right across the Tennessee line right now. Snowplow sitting there. Yeah, I-26 is definitely starting to get a little... But as you can see, drop down a few hundred feet, it's not sticking as much on the road as it is up there. Now coming down the backside towards Johnson City, back towards Irwin. Almost looked like right there was like some rolling fog in that. Either that or it honestly could be the cloud shelf being that low. Snowplow on the opposite side, heading back towards Madison County. we're back on Unicoi County side. Could have sworn I thought there was an overlook somewhere as you're coming down through Tennessee here. Figured I'd pull over there. Thought it was a little bit higher up the mountain though. I know there was one on the right hand side there on the way up, but if I was to stop there for a little bit of time and then attempt to make that U-turn that I just did back there on Wolf Laurel, there might not be a way to get back up over Sam's Gap unless if those snow plows are actively working. But with snowfall rates that high on the top there, it's kind of hard to keep up with that, especially if there is heavier precipitation. But we're almost back down close to Flag Pond. Right there's the exit for Flag Pond. You can, on the left-hand side there was the big dome for the salt trucks. There's a backhoe in there right now loading up a truck. You see that? Oh yeah, I think I'm back now. But as you can see here, we've come down the mountain a pretty good ways. Off of Sam's Gap there, snow is not as persistent as it was on top of the mountain there. Definitely a lot lighter snow coming down on this area. We're almost to the scenic overlook just outside of Flag Pond. Figured I'll stop here for just a little bit, see if we can start to see this accumulating snowfall start to occur. Because I'll kind of angle it over here real quick. See, not much sticking in the grass this low down. Cut below that certain elevation level and it just kind of stops. Yes, Mike, that will be probably later today, if not tonight. haven't got to look at the weather map and see where that snow is starting to pick up at yet. Might be a quick buffer in the video. I'm going to check the weather map real quick and see where that potential for ground precipitation is hitting. Doesn't look like too much is going on here around Flag Pond. Accumulations are light, if any. But up there on top of the mountain, as you could see, it was definitely sticking to the roads. So let me check the weather map real quick, and then I will be right back. It shouldn't cut out the video, but it might just kind of freeze up for a second. I'll make it really, really quick. Okay, so it says back at home that it has started to snow, and I would assume that accumulations would be extremely light up that way right now. The only place that I would know that would be getting snowfall at this time would be like High Knob. So if anybody has any reports, or just by looking out and being able to see some snow in their area, that'd be some good information. Give me a good idea on where to travel to at this time, because kind of got up there on Sam's Gap, got to see a little bit of it. Might make one more pass. Kind of debating on that though, because it was looking like it was getting pretty rough up there. They've only got one plow running on each side of that highway. Don't want to get in a situation where I have to extend a route to get home or anything like that. Let me readjust. Put myself up here where we can see some grass. See if we can see any accumulation start to occur. Set up right here just for a minute. And since I've got just a quick moment, I'm going to let my dog out to use the restroom. Take just a quick little break and breather. And I think we're going to try to plan out and figure out where we're going to go from here. Might take one more pass up at Sam's Gap just to kind of see the progression. Don't expect a lot of road accumulations for like Southwest Virginia and stuff until way later into today. Really just kind of depends on the rate of snowfall. But give me just 1 second. I'm going to let her out to use the restroom real quick, and I will be right back. Can you go back there? Come on. Come here. Come on. Back in. Go. Get in the car. Hey. See her wandering around up there. She loves the snow. Come here, Dangy. Look at that. Had some ice accumulations on the headlights. Go. All right. It's actually starting to stick to the grass there. You can see like right there on that little ditch line, pretty white. Whew. A little chilly out there though. It's 29 down here. A little bit, just a degree warmer than up there on Sam's Gap. Kind of interesting to be able to see a difference elevation wise, how much snow was falling up there versus down here. What you think, Goldie? So I'm going to take this exit up here, head on back up towards Sam's Gap one more time, get a last live look up there. Then after that, we're going to cut back and probably start heading towards Southwest Virginia. Not really for sure exactly the game plan, just kind of trying to figure out where some of these higher snowfalls are going to be, mainly the weather events on the road. Everybody doing all right this morning? Seeing any accumulations at your home? What was that? Was that a coyote? Or a bobcat? That was something. Or maybe it was a fox. Could not tell. Alright, we're going to go back on 26 East, 23 South, towards Asheville, North Carolina again. I'm going to go back over Sam's Gap one last time. Probably the last safe time to do so, as those accumulations were coming on pretty quick up there. This could either be a really good shot of some winter weather, or this could be really dangerous. Find out as we go. Sounds about like the same that I'm seeing up here, even in the higher elevations in North Carolina. I know the snowfall is going to be probably a lot more intense up here. Not too familiar with the Hillsville area. Not for sure, like elevation-wise, things like that, from the area that you're from. Readjust my camera there. If you're just tuning in, we're heading back up over Sam's Gap. Earlier we drove through there. The roads were pretty wide for the most part. The middle lane was clear as they were scraping. The snowplow was just going back down that slope as I was coming back up it. Not really too concerned about going down as I am taking that exit ramp again. I'm going back through the Flag Pond area, so there'll probably be an intermittent bit of signal there. It probably will cut back out, but I'll be back on in just a second. I would say there probably could be some pretty good accumulation in that area. Definitely have to holler at me later on during the day. Let me know how much you end up with. I ain't got too high hopes for where I live. I would say max we might get pretty close to 4 to 5 inches. If we even get above 4, I'm going to be really surprised. I live about 30 minutes from High Knob on the backside, close to Dungannon, Virginia. Oh yeah, 2,800 feet is probably a pretty good area. I saw that the National Weather Service was talking. Are we back? You'll say definitely dropped some viewers there, so know that I'm definitely back. Yeah, you saying being around the Wise County area. I actually, my father is from Pound, so I've been up there a lot. Grew up in that area. Very familiar with Wise County. Very familiar with Pound. That was the only concern, like especially like having the intermittent signal like I've had through here. I had a lot of concerns about intermittent signal up 23, because 23 is a very weird highway to be able to especially stream something on. Northeast Tennessee usually has the better signal, like I did earlier on 23 South, I-26, all the way to like Johnson City. But once you hit like past Irwin, there's just an awkward spottiness about the signal all the way up through this mountain. Getting pretty snow covered there. Mainly dread going back over Sam's Gap. I mean, that's a rough area to be in. Could be very treacherous conditions already, just in a short amount of time, especially with snowfall rates about this strong. It can lead to some aggressive accumulation if it's cold enough for it. I believe we are pretty close to Sam's Gap here. We're back at the scenic overlook. Starting to accumulate. I believe that's the scenic overlook. They're scraping the other side there. You can see the snow plow flashers on the left-hand side. Maybe. Back over into North Carolina. Yeah, he's actually going down in front of me right now. So at least I'm going to have a non-clear path to go down through here. Definitely coming down pretty heavy up here though. Hands down to North Carolina North Carolina dot up here. Doing a really good job keeping this, especially this really high mountain peak, pretty clear. A lot better than it was the first time I come through. Turn some heat on for my back glass. Figured this time we might drive all the way down to the rest stop as you take before you get into Asheville there. I'll tell you what though, these, like, not fussing at Virginia at all, but Veterans Highway close to where I live, they never really do too much whenever it's dark like this, treating the road. So usually Veterans is pretty nasty about this time of morning if it snows about this hard. It'll look like that runway ramp up there. But hands down to North Carolina. I mean, they're doing a really good job through here. It's very clean. Not much to really worry about here. Tuning in, we're passing Wolf Laurel on the backside of Sam's Gap in Madison County, North Carolina. My tracks from when I took that exit ramp earlier are completely gone. sign there. I'm about 24 miles outside of Asheville. Now this side is really rough. We're on Buckner Gap, elevation 3,370 feet. Starting to run into that wet snow now. Getting back up through here might be pretty tough. Coming up to the rest stop down here. Probably pull off for just a minute so that way we can get a good look around at the rest stop, see what it looks like. Definitely some quick accumulating snowfall here though. As you can see there on the glass, I mean, these are some pretty decent sized flakes falling here. Let's see, is it slick at all? Pretty good. Look at this pile of snow from the last event. Wow. That's taller than the car. That's a lot of snow. I'll get you a good look here in front of the Welcome Center. I would say we're getting pretty close to an inch here. Maybe a little bit more on some of those elevated surfaces. If you can see the over there to the right, the little stone blocks look like they might have about 1.5 inches to 2 inches on them. Windshield wipers are trying to freeze up a little bit. Give me a next turnaround spot for me. It's a little bit ways down the mountain. And this is like, as you can see, I pressed the brake pretty hard there just to kind of demonstrate and see like what kind of texture I'm dealing with this snow. So this area right here, a little bit of sliding, not that much though. Just a slick area underneath. Sorry, it's putting my dog in her sweater real quick. She's getting a little cold. There you go, bud. That'll keep you warm. There's your blanket if you want it. Definitely pretty slick up in here. So let's say I'm going to try to kind of hightail it back towards Tennessee, because I would say here within the next few hours this area is going to be pretty rough. Trying to get out of here. Our exit up here. It's in a mile and a half. Don't get me wrong, love the winter weather, love the cold, but I cannot wait for thunderstorm season. I like the snow, but there's only kind of so much that happens during the snow. If you were in areas of like Greenville, now this would probably be a little bit more interesting of a storm. Starting out as snow, switching to freezing rain. The GFS models was showing that some areas of close to Greenville, South Carolina, could receive up to 1.5 inches of ice. And that's why those ice storm warnings are in place down there. Now, 1.5 inches of ice is pretty intense. Do I actually see them get that much? Probably not. I would say probably 1/2 inch to 3/4 of an inch in like the extremes. But North Carolina's doing its thing. It's snowing like always over here. First place to get it. Most of the time. Alright, this is my exit. Pretty close to Mars Hill. We're just going to kind of make a loop around and hop back up on the highway. Hoping this gives us access to go back up on the highway. Be kind of bad if it didn't. Let's see, Irwin. That's where I need to go. And it's right there. There we go. Kind of hard to see coming up the hill. You got the one that just looks like a cloud of white. Like you're driving through a fog. But stick around as we head back up over Sam's Gap. Sam's Gap will probably be back to where it was. Which will probably be the roughest area getting over. Is climbing back up this mountain. After that, we might drive back into Irwin, check out some areas of Irwin, see how it's looking. Just got another snow alert. Check that real quick. I think that's for my area. I think it was for Fort Blackmore. It says snow was starting there in about 15 minutes, so might start heading back towards Southwest Virginia. Maybe go up the 23 corridor a little bit. Or who knows, we might just end up in Kingsport. Go over here real quick and check out the scenic overlook and see if there's any accumulating snowfall recordable wise up here. Then we can just hop back on the highway. trying to focus on the glass there, but if I cut off the wipers for a minute, you can watch that snowfall really starting to try to pile up there. It's awful big flakes. Definitely can see there a lot of that accumulating snowfall. Yeah, they really started coming on just a few seconds ago, like really big like that. These kind of flakes right here are definitely what they were talking about. Some of those like quick bursts of like 1 to 2 inches per hour. This right here could accumulate extremely fast. It's actually making my windshield a mess. Probably whenever I get back to Irwin, I'll have to slap off my windshield wipers to kind of get some of the ice off of it, because they built a little layer on there. Pretty harsh snowfall rate right now. Take a look at that road. Let me get back here in the middle lane, a little bit cleaner. Huh, not much. Losing it quick. That snow is really coming down right now. I don't know how slick this side of the road is. Honestly, not too bad. A lot of traction, a lot of grip, because it's kind of powdery. But yeah, I would say if I definitely stayed up here for another hour, I'd say these conditions are going to deteriorate really fast. So I'm not going to do that. Gonna try to get out of here. Probably go back to Irwin for a little bit. I'm gonna have to cut my air on the front of my windshield. It's like trying to ice over. And as you can see, I can't really tell where the road is now. I have to refocus the camera there. Yeah, conditions are definitely dwindling really fast up here. And this right here is really slick. Actually sliding a little bit. It's trying to push me over towards the median. I'm not even up to Sam's Gap yet. We're just at Buckner Gap, which is at 3,370 feet, so we've still got a long way to get up this mountain. It's kind of crazy coming down, and it was pretty clear to what it is now. This is a mess. Yeah, buddy, this is pretty wild right here. If you're tuning in as well, I am. Thank you, I appreciate it. You too. I hope you have a good night. Get some rest. Hopefully wake up to a big old pile of snow. I would say getting back up over Sam's Gap is going to be a little dicey. If you're just tuning in, what I was going to say is whenever we get closer to Flag Pond, there will be a break of signal there. I've lost signal there twice, but it usually reconnects in just a few seconds. So just make sure to tune back in. It shouldn't kick you out. It should just kind of like spin for a minute, and then it should reconnect. Looks like we have one lane clear here. Not really much visibility. The iPhone can see better than I can right now. Get over here where they've scraped fresher. Sam's Gap's definitely putting on a show. I'd love to see some snowfall rates about like this in Southwest Virginia. I would say High Knob's getting pretty up there right now, if it's finally getting up there, hitting the areas of High Knob, Norton. Snowplow making his rounds on the other lane over there. Get over here. Looks like they've kind of freshly plowed this side. Definitely really good snowfall rates up here, though. Like I said, though, after this, probably head back towards Irwin. Start to see how conditions are either improving or declining there. Then we'll probably go on through into Kingsport, see how areas of Kingsport's doing. Go down Stone Drive. Then we will probably start looking at 23. As for up here, though, this is pretty intense snowfall. Luckily, it's not too bad up here yet. Wow, look at that. That middle lane probably has almost an inch. I'm gonna swing back up here. A little clear spot up through here. Comes a semi truck down through here. I'll stay where this snowplow truck had last come through. He is crawling. Hats off to them guys, man. I'd say pretty hard conditions to deal with out here. Probably going to make a quick stop up here close to this truck stop and whip out the camera real quick, get some footage. Looking like a lot of snow over there. I think I'm just going to stick on the main road right here. Find another place up down the road to get a good pull off and get some footage. Since there's only but one truck in that pull-off lane, I can actually stop over here real quick and get some good footage of this snow. just getting some footage of the snow right now. Then after that, we're gonna start moving again, heading towards Irwin. Just gonna get some good footage of this snowstorm. You'll see me out in front of the car here in just a second. Alright, I believe I got what I needed there. One second. Alright. There's actually a car coming up over. Getting some footage. Okay. All right, I got enough from North Carolina. I believe it's time we trek back down to Irwin. Like I said, whenever we hit Flag Pond, there will be an intermittent cutout, but stay tuned. The stream will kick back on. This is just a weak point in the signal there, but after that, we should be good to go. I think we're back. Probably cut out again. We wasn't even to Flag Pond yet. Signal's kind of intermittent with all this snow. Don't choke up now on me, buddy. Comes up, we'll get you some water. Tennessee's actually looking pretty good now. Awesome, thank you for that report. Yeah, I've kind of been curious whether or not it's already snowing up on High Knob. Be hard telling at this moment. Because sometimes you can look at the radar and see snow over you, but whether it's actually making it to the ground or not. I would say, honestly, what I've been looking at, I think the worst conditions for today is going to be after lunch. I think will be the worst road condition times, getting closer to sunset and stuff. Like I said, there might be another hiccup of signal going down into Flag Pond, but once we get back over closer to Irwin, I should have a pretty steady connection. This is typically where the hiccups start, somewhere around in here. I would say, yeah, right there's Flag Pond Road, so probably have some intermittent signal here in just a second. Maybe I got lucky this time. I'm actually, as you can see, it's kind of, so definitely a wintry mix. This is part of that downsloping. So the North Carolina mountains are getting a lot of that moisture, but as it pushes down the mountain, you start to get a lot more like mixed precipitation like I am right now. Not as much snow. Oh, no problem. Thank you for joining. It's a fun opportunity. As you can see now, it's actually just freezing any snow. There's a few snowflakes in it, but that's a lot of freezing rain. Yeah, Knoxville's kind of in that horseshoe area that we were talking about earlier. Hold on one second, I got a message. Okay, I'm back. Sorry about that. The fiance had messaged me, had to message her back. I think it come back now. Sorry about that. I had to message my fiance back. She had messaged me just asking how I was doing. Yeah, look at these conditions right now though. This is extremely heavy, freezing precipitation. You could hear that on the windshield as it's wiping. That's because it's ice. This is an ice storm that we're driving through right now. Snowplow sitting over there to my right. Now, if you live in Irwin and Johnson City, this is not what you want to see. This freezing precip right here, if it falls for long enough, you could see some dangerous ice accumulations that could cause power outages or down trees. I actually have a pretty decent coat on the front of my hood now. Kind of angle it down. I don't know if you can see it too much, but it's kind of glossy. Yep, just definitely a bunch of freezing rain. But luckily it seems like it's already, like it's not hitting and freezing. It seems like it's already frozen. Kind of like in the form of sleet balls, but it's clear. There went a Burger King bag. There was a big gust of wind. I don't know if you saw that, but it kind of actually moved me to the left a little bit. But yeah, you can tell a massive difference from where we were just at and those big flakes of snow. As you come down the mountain, the way the precipitation is going, it hits the North Carolina mountains, and as it tries to come over into Tennessee, it's kind of losing its oomph. So it starts to just kind of do whatever. It takes into consideration the Gulf moisture that's spilling up, which is a lot of more warmer air. So you're getting a lot more of this sleet, wintry precip, this mix, not just the form of snow. Which, to be honest, I would rather this be snow than freezing or wintry precip, because a winter mix is never really good. It creates rough driving conditions because it can accumulate slush on the roads, ice on trees, anything. Go to step off your porch to get your mail and might slip off the porch. Have to see. Didn't mean to blind the poor old truck driver, that's my bad. I don't think I remember reading in the report about Knoxville too much. I think maybe their best chance will probably be later tonight into early tomorrow morning. I think today it's supposed to kind of remain mostly rain. Could be a mix at times, but I would say Knoxville's best chance is either going to be late tonight into early tomorrow morning. I would say that's their best chance of receiving any accumulations of snow. Because that's the problem with a lot of Kingsport as well. You see what it's doing right now. This is a lot of freezing precip. It's a wintry mix. This is probably what Kingsport is probably going to end up with. Yeah, Scott, that's what I was thinking. I didn't think it was supposed to accumulate until probably tomorrow. But I would say Kingsport ends up with a lot of this starting out and doesn't get snow until the later afternoon, probably after sunset. I could be wrong though. I mean, it just depends on where the cold air sets up. It's so hard to predict with these Gulf-fed storms because you never know where the dry slot's going to be. And you never know exactly where the moisture band is going to come through at. Typically, that's why the higher totals are in North Carolina, because they're expecting, you know, more heavy snow in the North Carolina mountains. But as you come into areas like this, as you can see all the rain falling right now and the freezing precip, you get what's the dry slot, which is like the wedge between the polar vortex cold air and the Gulf moisture. So you just get this weird effect where it doesn't do a lot. Sometimes there'll be times where it'll completely dry out and you won't get anything. It might be not like clear, but overcast with maybe very, very light flurries or just rain showers. Don't be surprised if Kingsport starts out as snow and then switches to rain and then back to snow. It's a very big possibility. I mean, as you seen in Irwin earlier, while we was here, I was getting gas and it was snowing. But you can hear it on the windshield now. I mean, this is definitely freezing precip. Luckily, it doesn't look like any ice is accumulating on the roads, though. Not feeling any slick spots, nothing like that. I say that, and as I look on this bridge, there's a whole gloss of ice right there. Yeah, Dickinson County is probably going to be one of the later parts to get hit, just because the moisture kind of has to pull itself up through there. That's why I'm thinking like Southwest Virginia, my area, probably won't see a lot of wintry precip until either later tonight into tomorrow. I mean, if you're talking about like staying up in the thick of like Sam's Gap, there's not too many places to like kind of turn around up there, so you kind of have to go down the mountain and then back up the mountain. So I would rather not stay in an area where definitely could receive well over 4 inches in the next hour or so and end up getting stuck in an area like that. Don't mind the freezing precip here. It's kind of good to kind of give everybody else a little bit of perspective on what's going on in different places. It's just kind of hit or miss, depending on where we go, what we're going to end up seeing, what we're going to end up getting. Wow, that's pretty cool. Jacksonville, North Carolina. Yeah, I don't know if you were on earlier whenever I was going through Sam's Gap, which is outside of Madison County, Mars Hill, North Carolina. Snow was starting to cover the roads up there, starting to get pretty thick. Seemed like North Carolina's Department of Transportation is doing a really good job, though, for now. But the precip that we just drove out of was pretty intense there, so I don't know if they're going to be able to keep up with the pace of that. I don't know if you can see in those lights like I can, but man, there is literal just bands of ice moving through. I can just see like bands of rain in a heavy storm. You can see the bands floating in front of the lights. There you go. I just pulled this off my windshield to show you. Flip the camera around here. Big solid chunk of ice. That's what's falling right now. Just big soggy ice. Trying to keep it from building up too much on the window there. Got most of it broke up. Yeah, I think Jim Cantori might be covering at Boone. He typically likes to go to Boone, North Carolina. I wouldn't be surprised to see him out there. Oh, right in front of the camera, just up above it a little bit, I've got a whole streak of ice on my windshield now. It's trying to freeze to the windshield. Man, it's kind of making me hungry. I'd like some snow cream. It's been a long time since I've had some. Oh, did they finally get a warning? I figured they would. That bottom, like, tail end of this storm had the potential. Not much, though. I think they were only given like a 15% chance of marginals to severe storms. You know what area of Florida that warning is issued for? Man, this is a mess. Yeah, I think that's where they were calling for the biggest potential threat was, but I didn't really think that they would flare up this early in the morning. Very unpredictable. I don't know if any of y'all got to see the latest update, but some areas off the coast of like New York City and stuff, outside of like Massachusetts and stuff, once this storm leaves here and exits off the ocean, going up like towards Nova Scotia, they said they could receive hurricane-like winds out there. And I thought that was just kind of crazy. It shows the intensity of how quick this storm is leaving. Seeing that whole mess out in California too with that tsunami from that volcano. I saw the satellite imagery of that volcano erupting, and I thought that was unbelievable. The shockwave was so impressive. But I feel bad for those people out there. I couldn't imagine it being like late in the afternoon and then all of a sudden it looks like this because there's so much ash cloud. Definitely be scary. Temperatures are flirting with freezing. They're at 31 degrees. Passing still through Irwin. Very wet, wintry precip here. Seems to be melting though. I don't really see any accumulations on the grass. Quite a bit on the roofs around the houses around here, but I don't see too much on the grass. Maybe a very light coat. You can see there in the left-hand lane. Look at this. Okay, I think we're back. phone actually had an overheating issue. Lost it there for a second. I'm trying to get my orientation and stuff back. Shouldn't really be doing this while driving, but it is what it is. Yeah, the phone overheated. I can't believe that. That's the first time I've ever had this phone overheat. So sorry if I missed anybody's chat messages there or anything like that. The pin message that I got there. Seems like we're running into nothing but rain here. Yes, did hear the National Weather Service give out like I think it was like a 10 to 20% chance of another storm this upcoming weekend. Could be possible. It looks like it's going to be kind of like another system similar to this. I think the way they were talking, it looks like it's going to be another Alberta Clipper. So it'll be interesting to see what happens with that, if it develops. You know, maybe this one might have more snow than what we're in right now. And let's see, I read that one. Oh yeah, you're absolutely right. I mean, could definitely receive more snow than you do in a typical year just from this system. But the main, I think, let's see, if I'm thinking of the right area, what you said there, double check. Yeah, Greenville. I think that's the area that they're supposed to have all that ice. That could be pretty treacherous for areas like that. But they say that they made a statement, said that they were better able to handle an ice storm versus like how Texas was, you know, there. I think that was what, 2020 that happened, the big ice storm in Texas. And, you know, it crippled parts of Texas. Texas wasn't really prepared for that, but, I mean, South Carolina seemed like they were a little bold on their statement saying they could handle one. I mean, we'll just have to see how it plays out. It depends. I don't think anybody can really prepare for, like, the worst case scenario of, like, winter weather. Especially, like, you know, no matter how much preparation you take, nobody's going to be prepared for 1.5 inches of ice, if that... You know, that's the max that the model was given. I don't think that they're going to get that much ice, but I still wouldn't be surprised if they, like, even some of the weird areas around there, would not be surprised if some places do report like 3/4 of an inch of ice. Very well possible. But it's kind of weird to see areas like that receiving a lot of snowfall and then just immediately like switching to a freezing rain and a rain, like for Washington DC later this afternoon. They're supposed to receive a pretty good amount of snow, and then it's supposed to switch over to rain and basically kind of melt that, or either create an icy crust layer on top of the snow. Oh yeah, I agree with that. I don't like ice. I don't know if can get it to focus out there. It's trying to focus on all the rain. There we go. It's kind of hard because you can't really use bright lights too much. It'll help once daybreak hits. I didn't mean to zoom in. I was just trying to feel my phone's temperature. It seems like it's cooled down. Doesn't feel like it's overheating. Probably safe to plug it back in now, so that way it doesn't die. Ugh. The struggle. Trying to manage all these things. Yeah, it was definitely kind of weird to see that actual convection in progress, like to be able to go from the mountains of North Carolina from heavy snow down here in the bottom of like the valley in Irwin and just see nothing but rain. Like go from freezing precip to rain. Just kind of odd. But I would say Southwest Virginia, it's probably snowing, so I might end up trekking that way. Probably once I get closer to Kingsport, probably stop for a minute and determine where I'm going to end up going. Have to keep them wipers clean. Tries to focus on the drops too much. I don't know why, but putting the bright lights on help it autofocus as well. I was going to try to have my GoPro set up in the window instead of my phone, but I ran into stupid problem of forgetting my Wi-Fi password for my GoPro, and then the only way to reset your Wi-Fi password on the GoPro is to be able to get to your serial number. Well, mine's so old, me putting batteries in and out of the thing, it don't have a serial number anymore. T-Ben, I am outside of Irwin, almost into Johnson City. I was up on state line in North Carolina just a little bit ago. Ran into maybe an inch and a half on the roads. I think right now my game plan is I'm headed towards Southwest Virginia. Yeah, no problem. But I do have a lot of plans, like for the future and stuff, for like trying to figure out stuff I want to do for the channel, getting set up. Definitely want to have a better camera. That's a must. Better setup for that. Because I do want to be able to like shoot some of these storms and stuff that roll through our area. Maybe try to get some hail events, stuff like that. I mean, the phone isn't doing too bad, but I mean, it ain't the best neither. It's just kind of thrown together. Get some ice forming on the left-hand side of my windshield. I'm trying to get that off there. There we go. broke it up with my washer fluid because it's antifreeze washing fluid. Definitely cold though. It's 31 coming into Johnson City. Appears to be nothing but rain. I don't see any snow. Got like ice chunks on my windshield wipers. Let's see what that is. Wow. Was that somebody's like measurement, like either from Twitter or something like that, or was that a National Weather Service reported total? If so, that's pretty crazy. If it wasn't so far to drive, it'd take me like 2 hours to get there. Yeah, I would say probably Greensboro, North Carolina. They're in the snow zone. I might end up having to pull over here in a minute and busting some of this ice off my windshield wipers because they're like thick on there. Oh yeah, that's pretty cool. And the thing that's kind of weird about those areas, yeah, they might have that much snow right now, but as soon as that like rain moves in, that warmer air, they could technically lose all that. Just such an odd system. Really gonna have to end up busting this ice off my windshield wipers. They're just thick balls on the rubber blades. This freezing rain ain't no joke though. Luckily it's not on the roads. It seems to be melting. Probably did a good job treating. A little cold in here for me. As long as my phone don't overheat, we're good. Coming through Elizabethton exit, coming into Johnson City now. Exit 24. Very light precip. Seems to be all rain at this moment. Temperatures are flirting around freezing, so don't be surprised if there is some slick spots out there, especially on bridges, overpasses. On ramps, off ramps. Definitely could be some slick spots. Have to read what you said in just a minute. Oh my God. Got a giant clump of ice on my windshield wipers. Morning commute's getting a little busy in Johnson City. Honestly, I could take 81, head out towards Marion. That might be an interesting area to check out. Don't know how it's looking out that way though. Does anybody that's watching right now, anybody checked either VDOT or like one of our local things like Scanner Food or something, seeing if anything's going on 81 yet? Oh yeah, I just now read what you said there. Sorry for the delay. Yeah, weather patterns has been really weird. Honestly, I think if I remember right, we've already exceeded our snowfall for the year. So I think we're in the plus now, which is kind of odd for the weather pattern that we have. Typically it doesn't snow this much with this kind of weather pattern, but we've had some really weird setups. Really weird system setups. There goes Johnson City police speeding like a maniac. I'm doing the speed limit. He's going faster than me. Maybe he's got somewhere to be though. A little bit warmer in the heart of Johnson City, passing through pretty much the main part now, back in close to Roan Street. 32 degrees. Rain isn't freezing as much on my windshield as it was earlier, so that's a good sign. Johnson City and you're concerned, you know, that it's raining right now, that you're probably not going to get any snow, don't worry too much. This rain mix stuff probably going to push out of here by midday. Going to get a lot of transition and cold air from the backside, and as soon as that cold air hits, it's probably going to really start to kick off. Could see Johnson City probably getting like 2 to 4. Maybe in some areas could perceive maybe like up to 5. Higher elevations, obviously more. It's pretty interesting to see snow that far south. I know a lot of people in Myrtle Beach really wanted that colder air to be in place. They were hoping they'd get a snow. Not like anything crazy, just, you know, a light dusting or something, but it kind of fell through for them about 4 days out of this hitting. They done knew that it wasn't going to be cold enough for areas like that to receive any snow. Which on one hand, it's kind of a good thing, because, you know, that means less icing for the lower part of the Carolina. But who knows? I mean, the way the warm air is in place for this system, I'd say this is probably the worst of the two outcomes. Because snow is pretty manageable, but ice isn't. Anybody can drive on snow, but you cannot on ice if it's thick enough. That's why shows like Ice Road Truckers used to amaze me. I'm surprised any of them guys really get traction up in there. I appreciate you checking for me, Eric. I did get a report earlier from somebody that was on the stream earlier. Scott, yeah, I think that's the ratio, if I remember. I need to probably check back with that. I know in some cases though, like it depends on the precipitation. So like wet snow equals less inches per inch of rain ratio wise, but like a dry powdery snow could equal more, but you know, dry powdery snow isn't as big as wet snow, so it's kind of like a weird little slope kind of thing. Alright, cool. I appreciate you all for checking. I know somebody said up there close to Marion they had some snow going on earlier, but I'd say VDOT's taking care of it pretty good. Okay, let's see. Getting outside of Johnson City here, starting to see some flurries again, mixing with the rain. Yep, there's definitely a few little snow flurries flying across. So weird. Like, I don't get that. Like, why is it icing back there, but it's trying to snow here? Such weird weather. We are currently on our way to Kingsport. Going to check out conditions towards the Kingsport area. Or might end up... I think I'll probably head to Kingsport first. Might grab some breakfast or something. Then might go up the 81 corridor. Probably not too far. We might head up towards Bristol. Scott, just kind of hanging around my local area. I would say like going almost to Mars Hill would probably be the farthest that I'll venture. Besides, maybe later this afternoon, once I start streaming again, because I'm taking a break around 12 o'clock, because I'm going to pick up my fiance from work, take her home, because she didn't want to drive in the snow. Can't blame her. But, I was thinking about maybe later tonight heading up to the Kentucky border of Virginia, because, I mean, later tonight, sunset hits, freezing temperatures come, the back end of that storm starts hitting. I could see like 23 up to Kentucky, not 81, 23 up to Kentucky becoming a real nightmare very quickly. And I could also see 81 having a lot of troubles too tonight. Yeah, I seen your comment there. I'm not too far from Saltville, where I'm actually from. I'm from Fort Blackmore, so. I know you can see right in front of the headlights some snow streaking across. I'm actually in gray, and I'm surprised it's snowing. It's kind of odd. Got a mess on the windshield though. Sorry for all the streaking. Don't really know too much what I can do to help it. Cop didn't even put his signal on. He might be after that boy. He ain't gonna get you. Snowplow in front of us. That's why we're taking it a little bit slow, kind of hanging out behind him. Don't want to get up anywhere near where he's chucking salt. Or I think they're. That kind of looks like the spray machine, the one that sprays the glycol. I don't want to mispronounce what it's called, but I think it was like methyl glycol or something like that they spray on the roads. But yeah, as for like set plans, I really don't have any set. That light just cut on. That was weird. I don't really have any set plans. I'm just kind of trying to figure out where some precipitation might be, what might be worth checking out. I don't want anybody to get hurt, but you know, kind of one of the goals for today was if a corridor of either 81, 26, 23 kind of get in rough shape and there is some wrecks, might try to go and get a little bit of video recording of some of those accidents and stuff. Really hope nobody gets hurt though. Wishful thinking that nobody wrecks, but I know how this area is, and sometimes, I don't know, people don't drive like they should whenever it snows, or they panic too much because it's flurrying and not even on the roads. A lot more snow heading into Kingsport, kind of surprising. Hill over there to the right is white. It was so weird. There was no, like, hardly any snow in Johnson City. Mainly rain, freezing rain event. Get over here though, some of the, like, the grass is pretty wide over there. Just odd. This sounds about right. Because you know, whenever I left Sam's Gap up there, there was probably 1.25 to 1.5 inches on the road. I wouldn't be surprised if Kingsport, like some areas of Kingsport, have like already 1 inch, because like I'm looking over here at this street light to my left off the highway. The ground is solid white over there. I mean, I'm off Eastern Star right now, and it's actually snowing really well. A lot more than I thought it was going to at this time. It's kind of funny, come right through there. The right side of me is green, but I'm looking over at the left side up at this church, and it's white. But I would say too, a lot of things are going to change closer you get to Eastman. Everybody knows about the good old Eastman bubble that's around here. Exit 8, where we're close to Bristol. Starting to get that spray on my windshield from this truck in front of me, and he didn't really know where he was going. Kind of the way I'm looking at it, I've got one of two options. I know now that it's probably snowing in Southwest Virginia, so we could head up to Norton, go to High Knob for daybreak, check it out up there, see how much snow's falling on the knob. Or I could drive up the 81 corridor a little ways. But I feel like conditions up 81 probably won't be worse until later tonight. Well, midday, I should say. Kind of just trying to figure out what I'm going to do. Coming up Rock Springs, outside of Kingsport. Yeah, it really does. Even like if there's no precip or nothing and your windshield wipers go off, it just leaves white streaks all over the windshield. Especially the salt. Once it's got a little wet, wet salt on your windshield's the worst. Coming into Kingsport, 32 degrees. Snowing pretty hard here. I'll give a bright light look. This is at exit 6, Rock Springs. Pretty decent snow rate. If it would stick is the thing. It doesn't look like it's sticking in this area. Everything looks pretty wet. Temperatures are supposed to get pretty decently above freezing today. I think around 37 degrees. So wouldn't be surprised if Kingsport kind of stays like no accumulations until later. Could be wrong though. Some parts could be getting pretty good amounts right now and ice is on top of it later. And when I say pretty good for Kingsport, I mean like an inch or two. Kingsport really doesn't get too big of snows, only on special occasions. Eastman protects us all. Or ruins a white Christmas. I think I'm gonna head up 23 and try to make it up to High Knob. We'll check it out, see how it's looking. Get some reports in for Southwest Virginia. Because I kind of don't want to hit up there too late. They usually get a really good snow up on that mountain. And the roads are very windy, so they're a little tough to get out of if they're very, very snow covered and slick. But if it's a fresh snow, about an inch or two, usually you can get pretty good traction. Now the only place that I know that I might potentially cut signal again and have an intermittent signal for the stream will be Weber City. Coming up Weber City there under the railroad trestle. I don't know why, but the area is horrible for signal. I'm starting to see a little bit of daylight over my shoulder. The sky's starting to slowly turn. I can't believe I'm this close to Eastman and it's snowing. That's pretty good. 2 inches. I wouldn't complain. Wouldn't mind to see a little bit more here. Very messy, wet drizzle here. Wintry mix looking like it, either that or it's staying a winter. I'm enjoying it. Had a good time today. Kingsport never ceases to surprise me though. I figured it would just be raining here. Pretty close to exit 1. Kind of excited to see how Scott County's doing. Once I get over there too, I'll be able to cut my scanner on and see if anything's going on in the area. See if they're reporting any conditions road-wise. Haven't been up 23 in a long time. Loving the whole light bar on that truck. Driving out of Kingsport, looks like sides of the road there, kind of some of the gravelly areas, not really the grass too much. It's kind of looking just like pellets, a lot of pellets build up in the ditch. Probably will see a little bit of a change the farther we go north, kind of heading towards like trying to think, right before you get into Duffield might be an area, be a lot of snow. Getting dry throat. Kind of winding down a little bit. I'm actually a little tired. Too much excitement last night on the grass over here. About to head into Virginia now. This is the Lynn Garden exit, Weber City exit. I can actually see the mountains in front of me because of, you can kind of see them in the distance. Not too good though on the iPhone camera. Trying to show off some of the hillside there. Taking the Gate City exit here, going across Weber City. Looking like Kingsport, your morning commute's just going to be a little wet. Most of the roads look pretty good. Might be a few areas that could have some slick spots. But I would say moving on up through Virginia a little bit, I'd say we're in for quite a bit of changes. Could definitely see more accumulating snowfall up this way early, like this morning. I'd say High Knob's having a pretty good time right now. Bumpy. Try to get some of that junk off from out in front of the lens there. Speaking of, I'm going to clean some of this salt off my windshield real fast. Just gonna pull up here and use one of these squeegees. Get it cleaned up just a hair. Oh, I'm gonna get my wipers cleaned off as well. They've got some ice on them. Alright, looking to be a lot of sleet coming through right now. Go on ahead. clear. Back on the road. Getting daylight pretty quick now. Cold, dry air. Kind of looks like it's trying to switch to some of that freezing rain again up here. Went from sleet to freezing rain, I think. Getting some ice back on the side of my window that I just cleaned. Probably didn't do myself no favors. Just tuning in, I'm sure some people know where I'm at. Driving through Southwest Virginia in Weber City. Gonna go up 23 through Norton and go up High Knob. Just visited through Kingsport. Not really much. A little bit of snow, mixing at times. Very wet, kind of like how it is here. But you can see some of the roofs of the buildings around here. There was some accumulating snowfall at the beginning. Like there on the side of the road, you can see some of that snow. But it looks like right now, it seems like it has switched over to a freezing rain. Yeah, it's definitely freezing rain. It's the 31 in Weber City. Feeling to see if the phone was getting hot. Had it overheat a little bit earlier. Still feels good. I think the problem was I had the case on it. Took my case off. It seems to be performing a lot better now. What? What are you staring at? You know you can sleep if you want to. I have my service dog with me in the car. Sometimes she just stares at me whenever I'm driving. Anymore though. See VDOT over there, some of their equipment. You need to go to the bathroom? You need to go pee? I can stop here in a minute and let you go. I guess the last time that she did go was when I was up on Sam's Gap. About time for the dog bladder call. those red taillights over there to the left. Officer sitting there. A lot of freezing rain here. I think it's just switched to rain. I don't think it's really freezing on the windshield anymore. Not getting much ice on the side. Not really. Just a lot of hard balls. Before I progress up 23, I'm gonna stop real quick, grab me some breakfast. I ain't ate. You can hear that. What a mess. You can see there was a little bit of accumulation there when this first began, but it's quickly switched to just a rain is what it seems like, but I can definitely see the ice pushing over to the side of my windshield. Good thing for me is I can mute the microphone while I do this. Anybody need anything from McDonald's? Such a weird way you have to go into this one. All right, back in 1 second. All right, that quick and I'm done. I know you can see, yeah, you can see the ice pellets sliding down the windshield there. Definitely a lot of frozen precip. Yeah, I definitely had to grab a bite to eat. Ain't ate since dinner last night. All right, so we're going to be going up 23 to Norton. I'm going to go to High Knob. We've already been to Sam's Gap out of Madison County, North Carolina. There's a snowplow. Saw pretty quick accumulations there, up to about, I'd say probably an inch and a half within an hour. Even though it's frozen precip down here, I'm guaranteeing that up there on High Knob, it's probably snowing really hard. Let me set that down there so you don't get into it. Give me 1 second. I gotta reply to my fiance. I gotta run to Kingsport. Take her sorry about that. I gotta actually kind of turn around, run to Kingsport again real quick. Then we'll make the trek up north. Wish I would have known earlier while I was in Kingsport, but it is what it is. Trees are actually a little bit covered through here. Run back to Kingsport real quick. Unfortunately. Then we'll run up to Norton after that. So we'll still get up there. Reasonable timing. Drop through Gate City. Welcome if you're new, or if you're just tuning in for the first time. Earlier we went up to North Carolina. We're back in Virginia right now. Kind of pretty through here though. Little glades. Have to check a message real quick. Sorry about that. Sorry about that, had to check a message real fast. I don't know why they don't just allow everything to work with YouTube Live while you just read a message. It's probably because I'm getting message through an app. If they would just actually send a text to my phone, it'd probably work a lot better, but a lot of rain, nice rain. Nasty mess. Not really much in terms of snow. Kind of a letdown. Looks like might be too much warm air. I don't know though, like it just doesn't really make much sense because it is 31 degrees here, so you figure you would get more precipitation of snow, but you know, there's that upper level warm that is allowing this to kind of be rain up high, and as it's getting down here, it's trying to freeze because it's colder at the ground than it is up above it. Convection and weather is a weird mistress. I've already burned about a quarter tank. Wise County's probably, like I said, might run up to High Knob. And then maybe after that, head up to Wise County. Go up to the Kentucky line there. Area right there for like heavier accumulations on the road. Well, that guy just did something illegal. In a hurry this morning, people are. Give me one more moment. I'm so sorry. I gotta check another message. Really sorry about that. I know I've had a lot of interruptions. That's why I'm hoping whenever I get a better setup going, I'll be able to manage messages and stream at the same time without having to interrupt one or the other. Just kind of an inconvenience at the moment. I have to cut my heat back on my front windshield. It's trying to ice up. It's 30 degrees. It just dropped. And my windshield wipers are starting to get ice on them again. I swear answering messages is going to be the death of me. I swear, every time I get back, I'm getting a message. The struggles of having a fiance. I'm just kidding. I gotta get her took care of first, and then after that, we'll make a game plan from there. I'll check and see what conditions are looking like for roadways and determine which would be the better way to go, just to try to get some kind of action going on. Coming back over state line on Waterloo Gap into Tennessee. Coming on to John B. Dennis, or 93. patchy through here. More green in the grass, more rain. Definitely did get some accumulation, especially on elevated surfaces like trees, the grass. Not the pine trees though, kind of odd. Usually the pine trees are the first ones to catch it. How's everybody doing this morning? Just tuning in or been watching for a while? So what are you, if so, what are you seeing outside your window this morning? Sun's just starting to come up. I'd say the North Carolina mountains probably got it pretty rough right now. Stop here at this gas station and get something. Very icy precip right now. Let me check and see what I have to get real quick. Oh yeah, Eric, yeah, it's kind of like how it is everywhere. You can actually see right there in front of me just a little bit of like that water running down through it, through the road. Let me go in and grab something real quick. And yeah, let me go in, grab something real quick, and I'll return. Doesn't look like much snow in Kingsport right now. Definitely seeing a lot of rain. Saw some freezing precip there. Then once I get back and drop off what I'm dropping off to my fiance, gonna check the weather maps and try to determine where the next move is, where we should go, what areas are seeing snow, so that way we can get, you know, something on the screen to kind of show off, not just wet, nasty weather. Everybody's watching because they want to see some winter weather. So we're going to go try to find it. All right, I'll be right back. It should not take me but just a second. All right, back in the saddle. I'm trying to see what's going on. Very heavy freezing rain. Looks definitely wintry mix right now. Very heavy precip though. It's coming down pretty good. Get right here where it'll start hitting the windshield. There you can really hear it. Wow. Just hitting and making hard blobs. Freezing rain at its best. Coming down John B. Dennis. Then I promise there's going to be one more interruption, which I'm going to check the radar and check local maps, determine where conditions were deteriorating last, try to make a game plan on where to drive to next. Still thinking High Knob might be a good way to go, but also still thinking about the I-81 corridor. Hey, good to see you from Abington. How's it looking up in the Abington way? Depends on what area you live in, but I know usually the area closer to Damascus gets pretty good snow. Going to Wexford House. Wow, the layer on ice on cars out here is unbelievable. Let me get a quick look at this. I don't know if you can see that or not, but that car is coated. My dog will probably peep out the window, but there you go. Now you can see it. You hear the ice coming in? What do you think? You can see it there on the hood really good. All right, let me shoot a message to my fiance real quick. Get her what I bought her, and then we'll make a game plan on where we're going. This is unbelievable. All right. Okay. Got all that straightened up, straightened away. Shouldn't have any more real problems going on. Did happen to look at the radar. Let me flip it around so I can talk real quick. Okay, so I happened to look at the radar. The I-81 corridor, a lot of snow right now, looking pretty heavy in some places, especially around like the Marion area. Looking like a lot of wintry mix, obviously, what we're seeing in Kingsport. Looking pretty far south, like farther Morristown, maybe into upper areas of Knoxville, seeing a lot of this ice, wintry mix stuff. So, trying to debate on where I want to go at this moment to try to find some snow. I know High Knob, it's snowing. I know Wise County, Kentucky line, it's snowing. But I think I might hold on to those. And as for right now, I think we might go up the I-81 corridor. Try to see how things are looking up that way. Don't know how signal is going up there. Figuring we'll probably hit maybe close to Marion or something, one of those higher edge zones, and make our way back. Trying to see, I don't know what time this is all going to transition back to snow. Just kind of up in the air. Was hoping for more snow at this point, but ice is not a good thing. Just sitting here, I mean, there's a pretty good little sheet of ice on my hood of my car. I'll flip it back around. I know it kind of looks like a lot of sleep balls, but you can see the ice there piling up. There's like just little sheets of ice on the roof of my car. And I'll pull you in front of this car next to me here, and you can see the ice accumulations on it. It's pretty wild. Honestly, it looks like it is like ice raining so much that it's like hailing. I mean, you can see on the windshields there, look at that coating of ice. That's a pretty good accumulation of ice. Ice ain't no joke. But I'm thinking my later go-to for today will be up the 23 corridor. But as of right now, I'm thinking I'm gonna head out towards Marion. Kind of see how conditions are out that way. Maybe up towards Bristol. Might drive on out towards Abington. I'll say I'll check Bristol, and if there's not too much going on around Bristol, I know there's more in the higher elevations, but might just head back this way. North Carolina is definitely the jackpot zone for this, though. They were definitely getting nothing but snow. Just couldn't really stick around on Sam's Gap up there and get snowed in. Not be good. Head towards Bristol. Man, that ice is just crazy. I can't believe how hard that's really falling right now. It sounds like hail. Had something pop in the brake, I guess. I don't know why it cut out there. This is actually a pretty good spot for signal in Kingsport. Okay, we're headed down Stone, far end, about to go up 11W, hit I-81, drop through some area of Bristol there, see how it is on the highway. Might head up towards Marion, and then maybe turn around and come back from here. There's not really going on much. Gate City, Kingsport, a lot of ice rain. Really good freezing rain accumulations, I think, is happening right now. Not good though if you know, I don't know, looking at the lines, they don't look like they're coated. I'm trying to see if I can see any. Definitely is a mess though. Get this rotated. Before my phone overheats, let me crank up the AC. Feels like it's getting hot again. Thanks for tuning in. 8 o'clock hour. Driving on the outskirt of Kingsport, headed towards Bristol. Gonna end up going up the I-81 corridor. Sorry for not talking much, just kind of finishing up breakfast. Kind of funny because I can definitely tell that there was some accumulation there in front of Hillbilly Corvette, even if it was just a dusting. But a lot of this freezing rain and rain has took it out. Kind of like I said earlier, I figured as the morning hours hit, even though it is 31 degrees, you're still getting a lot of that warm air convection. And that's, you know, allowing for a lot of this to switch to this freezing rain, this weird rainy precipitation. Looks like there's been enough freeze and precip here to cause a little bit of a glaze. Sounds a little slush. Trying to listen to no weather radio a little bit. A lot of static. Yeah, there's actually, looking at it now, like up, kind of sitting up, looking up. There's definitely like a light coat of something on the road there. You can see it. Definitely like a glaze of either like slush, which, you know, it can be very slick. Very slick conditions. Let's see. Yeah, it's definitely slush. And all the rain that has been falling, I've got ice on the left side of my windshield, and my mirror, my driver's side mirror, is completely iced over. It's got a whole like glaze of ice over the plastic. Surprised to see this much ascent in Kingsport, especially enough where it's like on the road here. Just a very light glaze though. Trying to get warmed up a little bit, so I've got the heat running. Kind of a little slick through here. Getting a nasty glaze of ice on my car, especially my left side. It's trying to ice on my windshield. Hopefully my phone doesn't overheat, but I've got to warm this windshield up. It's trying to ice it. You can see that there. W is a little slushy right now. Me and the truck in front of me, we're going about 40. Very heavy ice rain right now. Like honestly, I would not be surprised if there is a glaze of ice on this road. And it's 30 degrees here. I don't know if you saw that underneath that tree there, but that was a patch of black ice. This is a nasty ice event. Welcome to the stream if you're just tuning in. We're headed up towards Bristol right now, almost to the pinnacle. We're getting some pretty gnarly accumulation of ice right now. Temperature is dropping. It is now 29 degrees. Trying to keep my windshield from icing. Sorry for the loud noise. I'm cranking up the heat on the windshield right now. There you go. You can see the pieces of ice coming off of my wipers right now. Like that's how quick it is accumulating. chunks coming off the wipers. The heat helped break that up. I say I-81 is probably going to be a mess. Look at that ice right there. Look at those streaks of ice. Good grief. This almost sounds like a really heavy rain, but it's just ice. The lines here, I can see the lines over there to my right. They are ice covered. Up my windshield again. Snow plow. He's out spreading. Yeah, he's throwing salt. If it continues this ice for a long period of time, I could very well see this place getting 1/4 of an inch. Oh yeah, she's slick. Brake there, I slipped. Whoa. Did you see the car slide? Wow, stopping and starting, it's really hard to get traction. I'm in Bristol, Tennessee right now. Heavy ice accumulations on the road. Oh man, the only thing I'm really kind of concerned about is taking this exit to go up to Roanoke. I guarantee you this this exit ramp is going to be extremely icy. I have to take it really slow. If anybody is watching, if you wouldn't mind to check for me and comment down below, I would appreciate it, about any accidents on the I-81 corridor at this time. I'm looking at I-81 right now and it is a mess. Bristol Regional Medical Center over there. Yeah, buddy, I-81 is looking kind of rough here. Whoa, hold on. Yeah, watch when I go under this bridge. That's not salt on the road. That entire left lane over there is ice. Get up some speed here. If anybody has any reports from I-81 or anybody that lives up the I-81 corridor, give me a report on what conditions are looking like, VDOT, anything like that. Bristol Gate City exit. Look at that streak of ice in the middle right there, right where I'm threading between. Looking at my windshield wipers, they've got about 1/10 of an inch of ice on them. Looking at the car next to me there, like there's just little like blades of ice running down his fenders. Switching over so my iPhone don't overheat. I say we're going to continue on up, head up towards Marion, see how conditions are. I would say if you don't have to be out on I-81, I would avoid it at this time. I mean, traffic's flowing pretty smooth. It is 27 degrees currently. We've dropped 2 more degrees. So anything that is falling on the road can freeze, especially on overpasses and bridges. I know it looks wet, but it is slush because it's trying to freeze, but it's not entirely like a solid sheet of ice. It is just very slushy. I'm at exit 3 now. You can see that line of white on the very far right side of the shoulder. It's where that's been piling up for the past, I'd say, hour or so. Kind of trying to slow down here. Looks like I might have hit a pocket of drier air. Get over here in the middle lane. Man, that's crazy. As soon as I turn my heat off on my windshield, I'm already getting accumulation of ice on the left-hand side of my window. Look at all VDOT up here in front of me. You've got 2 snowplow trucks, three snowplow trucks, a truck behind them. They're really working this corridor right now, try to keep it moving. Man, my windshield is freezing hard. I've got ice right in front of my driver's view. I know you all can't see it. Turning on the heat for just a split second really is helping with that. 26 degrees now, we've dropped another degree. And that's the thing that's so weird about this storm. It is 26 degrees, but it is awesome. It's not snowing. We're gonna pass between the salt truck here. They're definitely trying to keep these roads under control here. My 20, I'm currently on I-81 out in Bristol at exit 5. On my way to Marion. Three, four. Okay, so we got one behind us, two beside of us right now, one that I'm about to come up on, one in front of me, looks like another in the upper right hand lane. They're just salting, trying to get this ice under control. Trying to get my camera to focus, but my windshield is freezing. Almost to exit 7 in Bristol. Pretty sure that's Old Airport Road. It's been a while since I've been up this way. Just really wondering, like in my mind, where the transition line between this ice and snow is. Look at this slush over here that I'm getting into. Trying to get away from the snowplow there. When we get back in the middle lane, it's a little bit more clean. That is very slick. My tires actually were slipping a little bit. All-wheel drive is a good car, but it doesn't go good on ice. Nothing does. Unless you got some good tread. Okay, I'm going to try to switch back over, give myself some warmth, keep the iPhone kind of cool. Gonna see if they're saying anything on NOAA radio about this ice.
7 a.m. Monday. What? Heavy mixed precipitation. Additional snow accumulations of 4 to 6 inches. Ice accumulations around 1/10 of an inch. Winds gusting as high as 40 miles per hour. Where? Portions of South Central, Southwest, and West Central Virginia, North Central, and
Ooh, very slick. Changing lanes is very slick.
Wind until 7 a.m. Monday. Impacts. Travel could be very difficult. Hazard conditions could affect the morning commute. Additional details. The heavy snow and gusty winds, especially this afternoon for Monday, can gouge your limbs and cause power outages. If you must travel, keep an extra flashlight, food, and water in your vehicle in case of an emergency.
Alright, I'm cutting the weather radio off. Basically saying the same thing that I already know. Ice accumulations of 1/10 of an inch. As you can see, look at that left-hand lane. Look at the shoulder. Very nasty conditions this morning if you got to be out on 81. Some of this ice melted off. Trying to. Look at that ice slip in the middle there. Seems to be letting up a little bit. We are on I-81 North, headed towards Abington right now. Ice accumulations on I-81, I would suggest, I would say they're getting pretty close to 1/10 of an inch. Icy slush, however you want to pronounce or call it. Some of it's slush, some of it is definitely ice. Very slick conditions. Could definitely say it's probably one of the first ever ice storms I've ever drove through. That left-hand lane is unbelievable right now. I can't believe the amount of ice that's over there. A lot of power outages in some areas. Bobby Hamilton is my mother. Hello, Mom. How's it going? Wouldn't be a video without a shout out to Mom. Okay, looks like we're finally hitting that area where we're starting to get some snow. I am seeing some big flakes mixing in with this mixed precip right now. Hey Mom, since I know you're listening and you can check for me, can you check conditions on I-81, see if there's any reported wrecks, any hazards in the area headed up towards Marion? Okay, now you can see it live right there. Look at the ice starting to pile up, trying to keep the window thawed out here. It's trying to be really hard with me. My wipers aren't helping because they're frozen solid. I honestly might have to clean my wipers real quick. I'm gonna try to do that real fast. Not the smartest play to pull over on the side of the highway. Look at that ice hitting the windshield right now. Okay, so I'm gonna grab a napkin, try to clean these wipers. They are frozen solid. Try to get them cleaned up real quick. There's my dog. I'm gonna take you all out here with me real quick. I just gotta show you. Look at the ice accumulations on the vehicle here. Very thick ice, solid as well. Very solid ice driving down I-81. I mean, that is a solid sheet. Look at the edge of the windowsill here. Solid ice, can't even break it. Getting big chunks of ice in there. This whole thing is just iced over. Okay, that's a lot better with those wipers being cleaned. Now the real problem is going to be trying to kind of pull out. Hey Lexi, nice for you to report in. What location is that report from there? Gonna try to pull out here in just a minute, waiting for this traffic to kind of zoom by. That ice ain't no joke, man. Very thick accumulations, and that's even with me driving. Alright, here we go. That shows you how slick it was right there. Just slid a little bit trying to get out of there. Let me readjust the camera there. Get you all set up. You need to go. Why didn't you tell me earlier that you needed to go to the bathroom? Looks like I'm starting to hit the transition zone where we're going to start to hit a lot more snow than we are this ice. God, thanks for the ice spray, buddy. Now the heavier snow can go one of two ways. On a fresh cut of ice, this can become treacherous in no time because you've got snow packing on top of ice. Ice underneath, snow up top, can make for some really interesting conditions. Some places you'll get traction because of the snow, some places you'll just spin because of the ice underneath. That bridge is a solid sheet of ice. Yeah, cleaning the whoppers definitely did some good there. Can actually see. I just can't believe the ice accumulations on the vehicle though. Almost to Abington. We're at the Abington exits, exit 14. Passing by the truck stop. All that salt on the road's kind of giving me a hard time. Trying to keep the windshield clean. Seems like it's been more of a snow event up here. Not necessarily like on the road, but it seems like the ice accumulations is kind of dwindled as you come up farther this way because you're running into more snow showers versus those areas of just thick freezing rain. Snow plows on the other side over there scraping ice. Look at all the trucks behind them there. Hey, I received your text if you're still listening. Best place to look up road conditions, you can actually check VDOT's Twitter, or you can actually look on even just Google Maps and activate the traffic, and you should be able to see if there's any corridors that have some orange or red, which indicates a backup of traffic. Could either be a wreck or just a lot of people slowing down because of the wintry precip. Also, if anybody's out and curious, you can call at 511 and get all your current road conditions for VDOT. Almost to, let's see, we're coming through Abington right now. Definitely getting more into the snow. Bigger flakes starting to fly now. Trying to keep the windshield clean best I can. Might end up having to go to another gas station and borrowing a squeegee. I'm going to angle this down just a little bit so you can see those snowflakes coming by. Pretty big flakes right now. About a quarter in size. Phone is pretty hot. It could potentially overheat, so I cut off the air for now. If it overheats, there will be an intermittent signal where it will stop the live stream, but it will reconnect. It doesn't take long for me to reconnect, just a few minutes, like maybe up to 2 minutes. Love the spray of the trucks, it's my favorite. Cleaned up here so that we can see out the windshield. A bit more snow situation up here. Seems to be transitioning from that ice to blowing snow on the road. about 30 miles from Marion. Coming up on 9 o'clock. And remember, I had said earlier, way earlier, right when the stream had started, and a little bit midway through, that I will be taking a break today from driving. Probably be around 12:30 to 1 o'clock. Go in, kind of get rested up for a little bit. Take the fiance home from work. Then probably be coming back out later this afternoon. Trying to shoot for around 3 to 4 o'clock this afternoon. I would expect I-81 to be an absolute mess. Could end up back on I-81. Might go up to High Knob like I originally planned. Could go up 23. Not for sure yet. Just going to see where the conditions are at and what would be worth reporting in that regard. I-81 seemed like a really good call. And, you know, it's not putting myself in harm's way. I mean, yes, there is danger here. Cool to be out here and safely be driving right now. Remain safe and be able to report these conditions so that way you all can stay up to date on what's happening out here. Definitely prepared a safety kit in case if anything went wrong. So got the standard stuff for that. Blanket, water, a little bit of extra food, flashlight, tire gauge for the car. I've got jumper cables in the back. Pretty much anything that I could think of, I've got it taken care of. Okay, report from my mom there. She says there is a red dot around Marion, which could indicate that there is either a crash or severe weather on the road conditions. Marion's about 27 more miles from here. So maybe we'll get up there and be able to see something live, which I'll get out and try to do some recording of via the DSLR, get some footage of that. I forget I-81's 70 miles an hour, but there ain't no way I'm driving it that fast today. Right now we're cruising at about 50. That's pretty close. Marion's 27 miles away from this sign. Deteriorating road conditions. There's a tractor trailer pulled off on the side of the road up here. Could be due to the weather, could be truck problems, hard telling. He's actually out of his truck. So I'm gonna get over just for his safety. Good to hear the ice is dwindling down. Is it trying to transition back to snow? If y'all have any other reports out there, feel free to comment. I try to address everybody that comments, at least say something. A lot of trucks behind me. There's about 4 semi-trucks directly behind me right now. They're all kind of cruising about the same speed I'm going. I'm going about 50, and They've stayed pretty far off of me, about 2 to 3 car lengths behind me. As you can see, the road is starting to deter as we're going further north. Close to now, we're really running into a lot of slush here. Snow plows on the other side, scraping. It's almost solid white over there. Another snow plow on the other side of the road, getting the other lane. Alright, there's another semi on the edge of the road there. These conditions are extremely slick right now. Actually just slid a little bit there. And the rear end tried to slide. Taking it real slow, going about 45. A little bit more clear right through here. We are on I-81, mile marker 23. Definitely a lot more snow up here. It's coming down pretty good. See there in front of me, real white, hazy looking. It's pretty intense snowfall. Road's a little bit more clear now. Go a little bit quicker. Passing the Meadowview exit here in a mile. Gotta love semi-trucks. Phone's still a little bit hot, so I'm going to try to cool it down. Run the fan for a minute on mute so that way it's not so loud. Okay, I got it cooled down a lot more. keep it from overheating. Currently 23 degrees where I'm at. And it's cold. Marion is still about 20 miles away. A lot of driving, that's for sure. Started out in North Carolina this morning. Back to Kingsport. Was about to go up 23, got called back to Kingsport. Decided to go down 81. Birds. Glade Springs, infamous for the tornado outbreak. I remember coming through here and seeing that. Pretty rough. I remember most of those semi-trailers that, not those exact ones obviously, but the ones that were over there had got flipped all the way over to the left side of the highway there. And those storage containers that were coming up on there to the right, they were all the way over across the highway. There was one in the median. One in the road, I believe, too. Like on the edge right here in the shoulder. Picked those things up like toys. $17 miles away from Marion. New to the channel, please consider subscribing. Got some more chances for winter weather next weekend. Could be another interesting setup. Looking like another Alberta Clipper storm. It's hard telling though. I've heard this one called different things. I've heard Alberta Clipper. I've heard Saskatchewan something. I can't remember what they called it. Heard a lot of different things about this storm and what it was called. Surprising how wet the road is here. It's 23 degrees. Yeah, I know Tampa had a tornado warning earlier. Well, close to Tampa. Just a wild system overall that the tail end would have enough thump to create. It's mainly because of the rotation of the storm. Has just enough vortex in it to allow tornadoes to pop up in those the tail end that's swinging through the entire state of Florida today. Looking like it's not going to move out of Florida until pretty late this afternoon. Close to 9 o'clock, I think they were supposed to push out into the ocean. That same tail end that's whipping through Florida right now, causing potential tornadoes, will go up by New York later, I think tomorrow or Tuesday, and in some areas, especially out to sea, could see hurricane force winds. Pretty unbelievable. Been a lot of driving today. Dumping out salt. Salt residue on the windshield, my favorite. A lot of wind through here. Nice to hear back, Eric. How much are you seeing out there at this moment, or is it not accumulating yet? Mount Carmel. Figured it would be snowing there too. Yeah, John, I was down there about, I guess it was around like 7:40 to 8 o'clock, and it was really starting to put on the ice as I went through there. Then I decided to cut up through I-81, which was about a bad mistake. Coming there down 11W onto I-81, that ice was pretty intense. It's just the warm upper level pushing in, allowing for wintry mix and 20-some degree temperatures. It's kind of wild. We're about to pass the Chilhowie exit. We're on mile marker 35 on I-81. Good old Virginia. pretty good. Looking down there at the roads on the Chilhowie exit, they look kind of a little white. Officer out here. It's good to hear, Eric. If you want snow, that is. I would definitely say, though, like, whatever you accumulate today, it could be, it's so hit or miss with this storm. It could go back to freezing rain, it could go back to rain. The main chance for the best amount of snow will be later this afternoon into tonight when the tail end of this system pushes through. That'll be the coldest air, part of the polar vortex. But part of it that's really interesting about this storm was, you know, the high for today, I think, is for Kingsport was around 37 degrees. Well, as of right now, I mean, I know I'm not in Kingsport, but it's only 23 up here. And the high for, I think, Fort Blackmore was 28 or 30, and was getting reports earlier from that area. And they were saying that it was just raining there at 20-some degrees, and I mean that's kind of crazy to think about, but just the upper level draft of this storm is a lot warmer with the Gulf moisture, so it's helping fuel rain and freezing rain, wintry mix. If it was a normal system, this would all be snow. But you got too much Gulf moisture in a dry slot pushing up through. Almost to exit 39, 7 mile forward. Headed up towards Marion, where we will probably, once we get to Marion, probably turn around and come back this way, head back to Kingsport. Getting back into an area of slush. Very light, powdery snow. Seven miles from Marion. Left-hand lane looking a little rough. Sheesh, look at that. They've scraped this side but haven't got the other side. Back into some heavier snows up here. Tornado on the ground in Florida. Naples, you said? It's pretty crazy. I'd say there probably is a lot of convection with them storms down there. A lot of rotation. Snowplow coming out on the exit ramp to my right. I'm in Marion on I-81. Cows up there on the hill were snow covered. Yeah, South Carolina was expected to get some really harsh totals really fast, but a lot of that will be ruined once it mixes with the warmer air. Then a lot of that will switch to ice. Pretty heavy snow up here. A lot of wind too. Oh, did you see him slide? Look at that. I'm actually going to take this exit into Marion, get a game plan, figure out where I'm heading next. Take a minute, just kind of get up, stretch, take my dog to the restroom. Didn't really see anything in Marion coming through here anyways. Road to my right looks fun. Oh God, this road looks great. Very slick. There's Smith County Community Hospital up on the right there. And Marion's looking pretty good, snow-wise. Try to get some of this salt cleaned off. Let me actually park over here. Let's see. Park y'all right there. I'm gonna let my dog use the bathroom. I'm gonna use the bathroom. And run in real quick, get me some stuff to kind of pick me up. And we will be back. We are in Marion, Virginia. Gonna figure out the next place to go. And tell my mom, I got your message. I would go that way if the signal was better, up like St. Paul, Castlewood into Norton, but the issue is the very spotty signal, so it would cut out a lot. Look at that wind. Gosh. About blew my door off. Shoo. Let me actually get turned around so y'all can see the kind of the road behind me there. This will give everybody a better look anyway. All right, give me 5 minutes. I'll be right back.
All right, getting settled back up. Let my dog use the restroom real quick and we'll be back. Come on, Goldie. Let's go to the bathroom. Gosh, I wish y'all could hear the wind when I was standing out there. How it sounds in like cartoons. You can just hear it just sounds like it's whistling. I got some coffee, got up, stretched. Feeling a little bit better about life at the moment. Poor girl that works here said that her other employees had left earlier this morning to get home before this hit. She ain't got nobody to work for tonight. So she said she's closing the store at 5, and I said, you know what, I don't blame you. It's kind of funny your name's Whistleblower, as I was just whistling about the snow, how it sounds. Coffee makes you feel better. This car first. Figure out where they're going. Let me roll, get my windows cleaned off here so I can see. Snowplow's going in front of me there. No, that don't mean you go jump out the window. Okay. Trying to see what the best route is to take a look around out here. Oh, sorry, Goldie. Do you just need some lovin's? Jeez. Not to take it away from the weather. Come here. Come on. Why is it doing that? Oh yeah, I'd say Pittsburgh. Look at this snowplow guy. He's just driving like a maniac. I'd say Pittsburgh will probably get a pretty good amount. Maybe. I think like the eastern area of Pennsylvania wasn't expecting as much as like, western Pennsylvania wasn't expecting as much as eastern Pennsylvania. Could be, you know, some really aggressive snow totals in eastern Pennsylvania. Trying to figure out what the game plan is for here. Why can I not flip this back? Okay. Well, apparently I can flip the camera from left to right, but I can't go back to face camera anymore. Yeah, 6 to 11 is a pretty good amount. It mainly, like, it all depends on how the snow falls. If it's been like here, going from snow to sleet to freezing rain back to snow, you know, I'd say it'll kind of end up being like here. But you know, this is early. This Smith County is one of the first issued winter storm warning areas, including all of, you know, the North Carolina mountain range. This area could potentially see up to a foot in certain locations. All right, we're gonna make a trek. I guess we're going back to 81. I'm gonna go over here real quick.
all the way across this road. Take a look, see up here, see what we can see. Give her a little slide. Good thing about an all-wheel drive Subaru, it always gets its traction. Really good car. I'll say that and I'll spin out. Come on, autofocus. Yeah, buddy, Marion's looking like one of the places to be for sure. We'll drive up here to the medical center, just to take a look. This road looks pretty snow covered, so see how conditions are on the road. This is Smith Community, or Smith County Community Hospital. Oh, the lady in the gas station also informed me that Smith County started prepping their roads, like especially I-81, 2 days in advance. So that's why I-81 isn't super terrible like this. Get my window to defog. Look at that blowing snow right there. Look at that. It's blowing really hard right now. Sit right here. Get some of these winds. Pretty wild to see it blow around like that. Alright, I believe I am headed back to 81. Maybe. I know you all don't, like, you all see a little bit better through the iPhone than I see, like, physically with my eyes. Right now, I mean, visibility, like, down there at the end of that curve, it's almost like unseeable that far. Another reported on the ground tornado in Florida. Shoot, I'd love to be tracking some tornadoes right now. Shoot, doggy. What a mess. Get some of that snow off my side of my car. There you go. Like you see the, like you can see the dark coloration of the trees there, the farther ones out. You see how you can barely see those? That's like visibility right now. If the wind was blowing harder and the snow was more powdery, this would be whiteout conditions. This could almost be blizzard-like conditions. Yeah, I'm sure I-81's about to be really fun with all this. Ooh. Snowplow doing his thing. Ain't really pushing much. Try to get this try to get this rear view mirror cleaned so I can see. Goldie, you don't want to stick your head out the window, I promise. I think I might go up 81 just a little bit farther, maybe like closer towards Whittville. See how conditions are up 81, and then we'll head back down towards Bristol. Yeah, buddy, this is almost whiteout conditions. The iPhone sees so much better than I do, because this is not what it looks like in person. Yeah, buddy, the I-81 corridor is a mess. Did anybody check any reports for the area I'm in, Whittville, anything like that? See if there's any wrecks, anything like that going on. These conditions are pretty trash right now. I got your message there. Let me see. Traffic standstill. Could be an accident. Could be just, oh my gosh, look in front of me right now. That is whiteout conditions. I cannot see those vehicles that were just in front of me. Yeah, red dots mean that there could potentially be wrecks or hazards or somebody stranded. Could be a lot of things. We're gonna head up that way, see what we can see, then probably head back to Bristol. Because if it's doing this up here, it's only a matter of time before Southwest Virginia gets hit with this. extreme Southwest Virginia, such as Lee, Scott, Wise, Buchanan, Dickinson. I'd say, like, you know, those areas are probably getting snow, but probably nothing like this. Maybe the higher elevations. Welcome new viewers and viewers who have stayed. Getting into some nasty conditions coming into Whiteville. This is I-81 corridor in Virginia. This was the most predominant snow area, I believe, as of the last weather update. I think this was where most of the snowfall was supposed to occur in Virginia. These are kind of the edge of those North Carolina snows. Those 1 to 2 inch per hour snowfall rates. I am on mile marker 50 on I-81 right outside of Whiteville, Virginia. I just left Marion. As you can see, I don't know if you can see that far, but that semi-truck that's up there in front of the black truck, he has his hazards on, going pretty slow. We're going about 30 miles an hour right now. And that, I think it's about as fast, besides this truck next to me, I think it's about as fast as anybody's going. The truck behind me's keeping his distance. Say a lot of these boys that drive around here are pretty used to this kind of stuff. A lot of them truck drivers get used to all this kind of weather. Very slick. Really slick right now. I don't even know if I'm going to go as far up as Whiteville. I might start heading back towards Bristol here in just a little bit. These conditions up here are deteriorating really fast. I don't see like, you know how on this side you can kind of see the darker shade of where people's been driving. On the southbound lane, I don't see any traffic, and it's a lot more wide over there, like nobody's passed through there recently. Could be where that wreck is, because I see nobody in that left side lane, the southbound lane. There, I just now see a truck, a few trucks. Didn't see nobody and now see a few. Windshield wipers are about frozen solid again. Have to get out and bust them later. I'm a slow driver in winter weather anyways, but I gotta hand it to this truck driver behind me. He's having a lot of patience with me. He's been very kind.